talent. No. This is Mario. Beloved, let me take a firm hold of the force of everything to make sure that gratitude, manners, graciousness, all of these things must come first. So let me reach down deep, come out with my sincere gratitude for another Tuesday afternoon of information and enlightenment, naturally and deliciously flavored by Armstrong ice cream. Beloved, next on the agenda, I have to do housekeeping because something I just forget. Now, straight up, you got to do age. Sometimes I just play it, forget to let you know up front that beautiful Aisha will be taking center stage at 3:30 when we, as instructed, will present you with a crucial history question. And for the correct answer, beautiful Aisha will compliment you with a full quart of your favorite flavor of Armstrong ice cream. And I say it again, can't beat that, not even with a black water stick. But then I also have some instructions from my one and only sister and from me, because yes, I will have to make sure you hear me out on this, which is the legislation for paper ballots. And beloved, this is not anything at all to do with replacing the machine, shutting down the machine, all that kind of thing. Hey, no big controversy here. All it is giving you a choice, an alternative. Yes. To have the option of using paper ballots that will be counted by hands. No machines involved with it. So, beloved, it is for me to remind you that you can sign on to that petition for those paper ballots down at Yuka whenever you have the time. Put your name down on it because we expect that later this month it will come on the floor and we want it to become a successful bill that hopefully soon after that will be signed into law by Governor Albert Byrne Jr. So, yes, beloved, I am reminding you that you could be of help to let all of the 36th legislature know that yes, you want to have that alternative. You want to have that choice. You want to be able to vote on paper ballots and have your paper ballots counted by hand. So please know that you just stop by Yuka and sign that petition. Then, as housekeeping goes, the final piece comes from me to you. Beloved, last week, last week Tuesday, I did in fact tell you that I had spoken with Senator Kenny Gittins about this resolution he was proposing for the Armstrong family. And Armstrong ice cream as a Crucian icon. Well, if you recall, beloved, I told you I wanted to recruit you. Yes, you, my beloved audience, I wanted to recruit you because Senator Gittins was very approvingly agreeing with me that yes, it is a good thing to have Armstrong ice cream packaged. That's right. To have the ice cream packaged so that it could be sold any and everywhere that ice cream is sold. Right this on St. Croix, and we know, beloved. I mean, you could get ice cream just about anywhere at any time because it ain't just the supermarkets and the grocery stores. Every gas station got a freezer to sell you ice cream, but there's no Armstrong ice cream. Why? Because you could only get the Armstrong ice cream at their location on Queen Mary Highway, just east of the Campo Rico Shanty. That's the one and only place because Armstrong ice cream, in over 100 years of its existence, has never been fortunate enough to have itself packaged in an attractive container that could sit right next to every other kind of ice cream. Because, beloved, we could go toe to toe with ice cream from anywhere at any time. And so we were able to speak with Senator Gittins, who agreed to have talks with the CEO of Armstrong Ice Cream, Mr. Cedric Armstrong. And so, what was I trying to recruit you for? Just that. Last Tuesday said, beloved, whenever you see the good Senator Kenny Gittins, please, after you greet him mannerly and graciously, and then ask the question, have you spoken with Armstrong Ice Cream yet? Have you talked with Cedric Armstrong about packaging the ice cream, beloved, I continue to recruit you. And that is what is on the agenda here, and a list of good housekeeping things at the top of the program. So that, beloved, we need to fully comprehend that it is way past time. I mean, way past time that we have Amsterdam ice cream fit into the concept of inside out cultivation. And that, beloved, with everybody that I have spoken, including right here on this platform, I don't know of anyone who disagrees with that. Everybody say, yeah, man, wow, have some ice cream. What do you mean? Listen, if you go get Amazon ice cream package, say goodbye because that is going to hit St. Thomas, hit St. John, and Lord Harry the Judge ain't no stopping where Amazon ice cream could go once it is packaged. And that's what this is all about, beloved. So please, we want you to very kindly, cautiously ask Senator Gittins if he has spoken with Armstrong Ice Cream yet. Because that is what we want to happen. For Senator Gittins and CEO Armstrong. Let the two of them sit down and start this out. And let them figure out what is the best way forward. Because that's the objective, beloved. Inside out cultivation, and all it takes is to have Armstrong ice cream packaged. We are yet to find somebody that could give us substantive, rational, common sense reason why that can happen or shouldn't happen was not a good thing. Beloved, it's an idea whose time has come long time ago. Not just now. That's a long time story that Armstrong ice cream should be packaged. Because, beloved, it might be, and I'm sure that we could have a long list of things that could be crucial icons that could successfully represent the Virgin Islands experience to be part of this inside out cultivation. And I'm sure that you could come up with any number of idea things that we could promote. But I challenge you. Yes, I seriously challenge you. Give me an idea Give me an item. Give me a product that is more ready for inside out cultivation right now. Not down the road sometime, right now. Ready for inside out cultivation. You can't come up with alternative. They just aren't any. There is no alternative. Armstrong ice cream needs to be packaged. And that's what this is all about. How attractive and well, how soon, yes, how soon can we have this take place? And so, yes, that is the agenda, beloved. That's what we're looking forward to. Now, beloved, I don't have to remind you because you are very well aware that when it comes to current events, what is happening right here, right now, that I am not usually the best person to ask because I ain't got no TV, I ain't got no smartphone, I ain't got no social media, I ain't got no them things them love it. So I am usually behind time, and you'd be surprised to know how often I just get my news right here from you, my beloved audience, on the Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon to you,
Good afternoon.
and a big
You
welcome.
that you're just talking about something about Armstrong ice cream and trying, the government trying to help, help him in, to increase his business. And
Yes, and I think it's a perfect image for us as a people, you know, to have us, have some ice cream out there in the whole wide world and an attractive package because what's inside that package, hey, I'm still awaiting somebody to come and tell me I don't like Armstrong ice cream.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. They may not like one flavor, but there's some flavor that they do like.
Absolutely.
And usually multiple.
Absolutely, and this is all of that. So I'm recruiting my beloved, and I don't know a better salesperson than this voice right here, beloved. He knows how to, as the politicians say, to be articulable. Articulable. That's who he
Well,
is.
well, as you were talking, I was just texting with somebody talking about Trump's tariffs. So there's a news article. There's a boycott on Target that they gave to Trump's pressure to end their DEI programs.
Okay.
And so, and I guess it's mainly
Well,
like that.
let's put that out there. The DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Got that right?
Right,
Just want to
right,
make sure
right,
that my beloved audience is following us when we talk about
right.
DEI, because it's a big thing with Trump and the Trumpites and all the people in that cult there, that the way how they see it, you know, that DEI is used to promote, well, people of color, particularly people who look like us, because we are
and
inferior,
females,
not
and
capable.
females,
Go ahead.
and so it includes white females, all color females, white females too. So it's not just, people tend to think of it as only for something for minorities,
Right,
for people of color.
right.
But the biggest benefactors of it is white females.
Gotcha,
So they're included.
gotcha, gotcha.
Um, basically groups that have been disadvantaged, groups that tend to be pushed out and not considered. So when they're looking at resumes, they right away toss those out. Don't pay attention. So that's why they need programs for it,
Yeah,
so that it forces them to, at the very least, look at the resumes when they come in and
yeah,
give them equal consideration.
right.
Right. So it's not just like, oh, we're giving advantages to this group for no good reason. They know that this happens when the resumes come in, and they can to figure out that this person is of color based on either the school they went to, neighborhood, or whatever. They tend to push those resumes aside. And so DEI programs are there to force them to take a good look at these things.
What is it?
So Target Cage, because of course back then mainly white men, and they want to keep their advantages that they have, and so that the selection pool is narrowed in their favor, and so they want to get rid of these programs. And of course, Trump is putting pressure on companies to do this. And some companies have caved, some have stood still. And black people were like, well, Target, we are a major portion of your customers.
Right,
How are you going to cave to Trump when your paying customers are a large proportion, a good portion of them are minorities?
right. Talk
We're
about
spending money in your,
shooting yourself in the foot.
yeah, we're spending money in your stores, and you're not going to look to give us a good possibility of getting hired in for your jobs. So they call it a boycott. And apparently the boycott is effective. In the news today, they're saying this is the second quarter where they are reporting losses.
Uh-huh.
And so I was texting to somebody, and I was saying, well, if they're going to cave to Trump's pressure, let him make up for the losses that you're experiencing. If his opinion is more that has more weight than the opinions of your customers,
Right,
let him make up for the losses. And then I said, but then I was like, but instead of him doing anything for them, and so on, that's the other thing too. He asked a lot of these major companies. Oh, so no, I'm getting ahead of myself. So I'm saying instead of him helping them out, he's putting tariffs on them.
what?
Tariffs on the foreign goods that they're importing. And in order to get them out of customs so that they can sell them, they have to pay these tariffs.
Absolutely. And I've read that, well, again, belatedly, and I'm saying, but wait a minute. Uh, you mean the people who support Trump really think that it's the company that produces these things in China or wherever who are paying the tariffs? But apparently, I mean, he was able to convince people that, that somehow or the other.
I saw a study that was saying that a lot of the Republicans don't have any news source. Not even Fox News do they pay attention to. So a lot of them will not realize that that's how tariffs work, because the only thing they do is, I guess, social media maybe, but they don't have a source of information, a good source of information.
Yeah.
So they won't go look these things up. I knew long ago, I think as a child, I knew about tariffs and how they work.
Yeah.
And the whole point of tariffs, and this is what I was getting to, connected to what you're saying, the whole reason tariffs are there is to give your country's business
Absolutely.
So that they're intentionally making the foreign product more expensive
Right.
than the local product
Right.
in order to give their business owners an advantage over foreign.
Right.
So that's like, for example, why Mercedes Benz and BMW and those other European cars are more expensive than American luxury cars. If you go over to those countries, they're the same price as the cars in the US, the US made cars.
Right.
But to give the US manufacturers an advantage over the foreign manufacturers in the US, they place these tariffs on those cars.
Yeah.
Making
From my reading,
more expensive.
From my reading, it says you pointed out the targets, tariffs, are effective and successful when actually targeting particular items for a particular period of time. That's when it's most effective.
Exactly. It's when another country product is ended up challenging your country's product.
Yeah.
That's when you put a tariff on to give your country an advantage.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's how tariffs are supposed to work, not the way Trump is doing it. And that's also the question became whether he had the authority to do it as president.
Yeah.
And the Supreme Court came back and said, no, you don't.
But
he's just going to ignore that anyway and do what he wants.
Let me just say this, before. Let me issue the caveat to my beloved audience, because this is a voice that is always 2, 3, 4 steps ahead of me. But I was just going to point out, and so I'm covering my behind before I make the step forward, which is that since this matter of tariffs happened over the past a few weeks, and I've been reading because, like I said, I don't get it on the news. And what I learned, and that's why I'm excusing myself, because I'm thinking that this voice, he probably knows this long ago, way before me, that this is how we got a thing called the 1929 stock market crash. That tariffs killed this the stock market, and it just never recovered, because more often than not, you get other nations reciprocated. And as they did, everybody knocked everybody else out in the ring. And so there was a thing called the stock market crash and a Great Depression that followed.
Of course, because every country is going to be doing it for the same reason. They want their people to have an advantage in sales in their country, which makes perfect sense.
Right.
You would, why would you not? You see a particular business struggling to compete with a foreign business, and yes, you're going to try to help them, because when they make sales, that's how governments make their money, by taxes and fees, but largely more by taxes than fees.
Right.
So you want your companies to be selling so that you can tax them, and then now you have money to run the government.
Absolutely.
If your country is not selling things and not doing well, so you hiring people, so you have more income tax, and so on. So it makes perfect sense for a government to try to aid the companies that are in their country. And that's what tariffs are supposed to be about. And now Trump was doing all kinds of crazy. He's trying to use it for pressure on countries, but the only way you could do that is by squeezing your businesses in your country,
right,
to try to get to the other country, and that's not going to be too effective. And so he had asked a lot of these major companies to not pass on the tariffs to the customers, which of course is what they're going to do. But he didn't want the pressure to go on the people, so he asked them to hold off on doing that. But the companies can only hold off so long because they're paying this stuff. In order to get the product on their shelves, they have to pay this tax prior. So before they even sell one item, they have to pay the U.S. Customs the tariff to get it out of customs. If they don't pay the tariff, it stays, it's in customs, and eventually they destroy the stuff. If they don't, within a certain time period, if they don't pay the tariffs and come pick up the stuff, they will destroy, because of course they can't store things indefinitely. They only have so much space. More things are coming in.
Right.
So the company has to pay this, get it out of customs, now put it on the shelf and try to sell it to us. But again, it's a try to. If we don't buy it, they eat the loss of the tariff that they pay.
Yeah.
And so this is a gamble. This is a thing again, and I guess it was really for bigger companies. Bigger companies can go through this and sit and wait for the customer to come buy the stuff. Smaller companies can't do this, and they have been getting hammered. They need to sell the stuff right away to get their money back because they don't have a big bankroll sitting there that they can just pay the tariffs and wait for when a customer finally buys the item.
Absolutely.
But anyway, when you brought up Armstrong, that made me think about that. This is what governments do. Now, you can't do this. You can't do this within this country. So you can't give a VI, at least you can't do it that directly. You can't just put a tax on it. Something coming from Indiana and something coming from the VI is the same country. And the laws are written that you can't give.
It's unconstitutional. You can't tax across state lines.
That's one, because they're in the same country.
Yes.
Now, what governments do, though, they try to do workarounds, offering tax breaks. So if you're in this, they won't for local taxes. They can't do anything with the federal taxes, but they have state taxes. I guess we call ours gross receipt. They give some incentives, and of course they have to be careful how they do it. But they do stuff to attract companies to come. Like for example, the Run Cover Over stuff, where we give back, a big chunk of it. I think it's like 45%. Some craziness like that. But so there are ways that they do to help the companies that are in their locale, in their region, to give them a little bit of advantage and to attract them and to also give them an incentive to stay. So there are things that our government can do for Armstrong to help them along, because the more ice cream Armstrong sells, the more what we call ours gross receipt taxes.
Absolutely.
They will collect. So
but as we make it to the top of the hour, we're got to take back federal break. I'm just pointing out that yes, to all that you're saying, but additionally, and this is the beauty of it, is that Armstrong ice cream is so beloved that that really all we need is packaging. All we need is an attractive package to put this product in, and it can compete with anyone, anywhere. But for sure, right here in the Virgin Islands, beginning right here on St. Croix, first of all, you're getting all the freezers here at St. Croix. Then there's St. Thomas and St. John. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I think everybody can see that once it gets packaged and we get a run on St. Croix to see how best to do this thing. And you hit St. Thomas and St. John. Hey, the sky's the limit after that because that is how uh, well successful a product Armstrong ice cream is. And
And
so,
they will benefit, the government will ultimately benefit on the taxes, when the grocery taxes that they charge Armstrong for selling. So they will get, so will be doing themselves a favor
absolutely,
to do this.
absolutely.
And it might be as simple as putting him in touch with the people who were at Island Dairies that did this kind of stuff.
Well,
You
I have been trying not to say anything to allow for Senator Gittes and, and Mr. Armstrong to work it out, but I think uh, most of us, it's rather the young because it's been a little while now since there was a thing called Island Dairies, but
right.
I think that the adult population on St. Croix for sure, but the Virgin Islands, why? We know that what we're talking about here is not any major, you know,
Something that has been done before, done
absolutely,
successfully.
absolutely, it has been done. And again, uh, well, it's at the top of the hour. You have the last word, and we say, hey,
Well, that's basically it. I think it is not going to. I think we have done more for companies that are coming in from the outside than it would take to do for Armstrong to get to the point. I said it maybe putting them in contact with the right people. They need a little startup capital, so from the EDA or something. But it's nothing. It's not going to be anything close to what we have given to other companies that are
absolutely.
not local.
Thank you much, as always. Thank you much. And if I had anything to do with it, I would get you on the payroll because, hey, we could use your PR skills. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. We talk some more.
All right.
All righty. Beloved, make you cream. Because I'm saying ice cream is just so good for your soul. it, as you think about it, you probably come to the same conclusion that I do. And I am on the outside looking in. You tell you, I ain't got no TV, I ain't got no smartphone with uh, social media, all of that, TikTok, Facebook. I don't have none of them things. And yet, and still, I have to say it, we are in total agreement. That's right, beloved. And it's because what we are producing is so good. That's just like, who is it? Duckworth. Duckworth, I think it was this special envoy from Great Britain. Reading this thing over sometime over the last few days, and it was when Great Britain had actually taken over the Danish West Indies over the war with Napoleon. Once they defeated Napoleon, well, they made Denmark pay the price because Denmark had sided with Napoleon and France. And so for, what was it, what, wasn't quite 10 years. But it was almost 10 years. I don't recall the exact number now. But but that was a period of time when Great Britain, England was, well, running the Danish West Indies. I mean, they had literally imprisoned, like Peter van Straten was a young man there, and his father was the man in charge of customs in St. Thomas. And England had arrested him and put him in chains and sent him to London, where he was in prison. But I am digressing. I was just trying to point out to you that this man Duckworth, who was a British envoy, was actually singing the praises of St. Croix in the Danish West Indies. And he was saying that he's, reporting to his superiors in London that, hey, this Danish West Indies might be, a small territory, but the island of St. Croix produces sugar that is ranked with Jamaica and Barbados as the superior Muscovado of the West Indies was coming out of St. Croix. And this is how they refer to the brown sugar, because it was Muscovado, which was really it's kind of like what you would call a wet brown sugar, a lot of molasses still in it. And I'm mentioning it because it's like, beloved, don't want to cause any friction between St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John, but the fact is, that's what Duckworth was pointed out. That, hey, the Danish West Indies was a small territory, but that the island of St. Croix was producing a product way beyond what you would expect from someone of this size. I mean, compared to Barbados or to Jamaica, uh, really, it's a drop in the bucket. Yet and still, the Muscovado that was being produced in St. Croix was ranking right up there with Jamaica and Barbados. And I said that, as we were talking about the ice cream, it's like, beloved, we might be a small territory, and it might be we are a small territory because up until the last census, which was 2020, beloved, we had a population that was over 100,000. I think it was 106,000 people or something like that was the population. And then uh, when the results of the census for 2020 came out, uh, we had to deal with the reality that, hey, our population had dropped precipitously and that we were now less than 90,000 people. Population being something like 86,000 people between uh, St. John, St. Thomas, and St. Croix. 86,000 people. And yet, I'm still, beloved, we are able to produce something that, well, it's just simply outstanding. And it could hold its own wherever you want to have a competition. Armstrong ice cream uh, would definitely, uh, rank with whoever you want to put it up against. And that's the point here, is that, beloved, when you look at the world situation now, you really have to make room for President Donald Trump because since he has come back into power and was sworn in what, January of 2025, beloved, the world has not been the same. And the most recent events speak for themselves, where the United States and others of President Trump use its superior force to invade the nation of Venezuela and capture, just kidnap the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro. And I mean, what kind of lies that? I don't know, but that happened. And and that was mm, Venezuela. Now we're dealing with whatever's going to be happening in Iran. I don't know, but this is the talk of Iran and Cuba annex. And when they say annex, they mean that these are places that President Trump wants to well, take over. I run himself. Good afternoon.
Hello,
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to you.
good afternoon, Mario.
Uh,
Today I'm not calling to talk about anything political, worldwide or local.
just
I'm calling to give you the opportunity to wish me a happy birthday.
oh, that is so sweet. That is so sweet. You know, and to all them and those who are in our age category, you know, come together. If I could sing, I would sing it for a happy birthday to Bas Pete Pickney, because I think we could all appreciate that, especially those of us in the West. You know, when I say something like that, Bas Pete Pickney, you know, the younger people have no idea what I'm talking about. Stupid as Mario saying there was that. But them and those in our age would put, you know, would tip their hat with great respect and say to you, happy birthday, my dear, and we wish you health and strength and many more to carry the legacy that you have earned with your birthright. So happy birthday to you with the happy birthday.
Thank you. I'm just trying to catch up with you.
You know, I tried my best to slow down, but Lord Harry, the judge, they won't let me slow down.
They won't let you right?
No.
I said, let me call you early before I get all caught up with all these the phone ringing out too. So
Yes,
we
my
will
dear.
talk again, and I'm listening for the question later.
Okay, good thing, good thing. And I
All right,
enjoyed health and strength to you.
and have a blessed day.
Thank you. Alrighty.
Bye bye.
Well, how about that, beloved? But like I said, you know, all them and those in our generation, they know exactly what I mean when I say Bass, Pete, Pickney. You know, sir? uh, and Bob Brian, you know, sir, I know you're listening because uh, you went to Dean School, and beloved, uh, well, he would know about Bass Beat and know exactly what we're talking about when we wishing Bass Beat picked him a happy birthday, you know. But again, it falls in line with everything else, beloved. Somehow we don't have the size. We are a small territory that don't even have the full understanding of what kind of territory we are, but nonetheless, here we are. The unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States, all 86,000 of us. And I have been told, uh, not today, not here on the radio, but in recent weeks, they told that they had a good information that we have continued to lose population and that we are now down to 84,000 people. But beloved, I can uh, substantiate any of that day. I could only go by the 86,000 of the census of well, no, 6 years ago. But the point I'm making is that this small territory, especially the big island in the small territory, which is St. Croix, somehow we have managed to distinguish ourselves. And that's why it's well, just so well, fortunate, pleasant, and an opportune time that she called to have her birthday recognized. because, beloved, her father was a perfect example, the avatar, the embodiment of what I mean about we being a small territory and St. Croix being the big island in the territory has well exceeded the expectations of anyone who has chosen to put a metric to the Virgin Islands and to St. Croix in terms of comparing it with other Caribbean territories. And just like that, beloved, I don't know how many people like Bass Peak would they have been across the Caribbean. But I know that here in St. Croix, and in particular the western part of St. Croix, we have been able to produce a Bass Peak. And again, not casting in the aspersions, and definitely in no way trying to be uh, bigger than we are. But the facts are the facts. And beloved, most of the history of this territory called the Virgin Islands of the United States of America, I mean, I didn't have anything to do with that. But the truth is the truth. Most of the history that we would consider to be outstanding events, they didn't emanate from St. John, although St. John will always be recalled for November 23rd, 1733, a rebellion led by Brefu. Now, beloved, it's peculiar that other than its natural harbor, which is uh, no little thing and in no way to be dismissed, but beloved, it is the natural harbor of Charlotte Amalia that is the most outstanding feature to St. Thomas. You might hear about the 1892 Queen Keziah, the rebellion for the coal carriers as they rebelled because, hey, they wanted more money. But so, okay, St. Thomas is known for its harbor and the rebellion of Queen Keziah. Put that with St. John, 1733, and beloved, somehow, I think everybody will have to agree that it was the big island of St. Croix that had the outstanding historical events that continue to have the Virgin Islands on the Caribbean map. And again, this is real. I'm not in any way, at least I don't think so. But this is real hyperbolic when I say that the major events that the Virgin Islands are known for took place on St. Croix. And those could you boil it up to two events. Although, you know, some people say, Mario, you need to say it is the three, because I know you're going with the two. Talking about July 3rd, 1848 is one, October 1st, 1878 is two. And you want to say that November 1st, 1915, the St. Croix Labor Union should be number three. Well, beloved, whether you accept the St. Croix Labor Union as a third major event, you still have to deal with the reality that, beloved, July 3rd, emancipation, October 1st, fireburn, November 1st, labor union. All of them took place in the western part of St. Croix. Again, I didn't have anything to do with that. That is the reality. And yeah, I know. But you got to put the frosting on the cake. You can't have Vienna cake without frosting on it. Yes, beloved, the Vienna cake got to get frosted. And the frosting is the one that we're talking about here and now, which is lick your cream, beloved, because Upstar ice cream is just so good for your soul.
Constitution. And things are the way they are because this is a document that was not ratified by the people of the Virgin Islands. And some of the things are outdated. Some of the clauses are ambiguous. We need clarity. They're not relevant in today's time, like the one that says the governor, legal resident must be government house and St. Thomas. It's not practical. And I don't know, the senators, maybe it's not a major concern. People are more concerned about the package quality of life. And I guess in their minds it's like, okay, we don't have a constitution, but it's having one is going to improve my quality of life. I'm just speculating why it's not so important, why people are so complacent, nonchalant.
Well, I have said it.
We are the six of them.
I have said it, and I'm interrupted now because yes, we run out of time at the top of the hour. But again, I have said it every opportunity I get that the reason we have such a chaos. Oh Lord, I can't get to talk about it. Why we have so much chaos and violence in our society is for just that. We have no definition of ourselves. We have no identity. We go to school to learn to be Americans. We don't go to school to learn to be Virgin Islanders. And so we have no identity and we have nothing to live for. And I say that yes, the lack of education about ourselves is in itself, a cause of the chaos and violence that permeates our society. You have the last word.
Okay, well, I think we need to enhance Virgin Islands pride, a sense of belonging here. I do embrace diversity. We got people from our backgrounds living here, and I believe a constitution should be applicable to everybody that's residing here. In my opinion, I don't see the need to define who's a Virgin Islander because it's objective reality. If you're a legal resident of the U.S. Virgin Islands, you're a Virgin Islands resident, and you have the same rights as any person residing here legally. You have the same voting rights. And one of the requirements is you must be a citizen of the United States. So it doesn't matter whether you're a naturalized citizen or a natural born U.S. citizen. So the key is for people to get informed, be enlightened, be educated. So I would recommend to listen to your show, get as much information as possible, and we can move from there and hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Keep hope alive. Lick your cream because Uptown ice cream is just so good for your soul. That bit of it. And yes, indeed, we were looking at the fact that this little territory of ours called the unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States, that it is notable and outstanding because of what these events. 1733 is St. John, 1892 St. Thomas, and St. Croix. We've had July 3rd, 1848, October 1st, 1878, and we were talking about the fact that it seems to be debatable whether we should give St. Croix the credit. I don't love it. I don't see why we should question it. It was the first legal labor union in the entire Caribbean, the St. Croix Labor Union. Yet, we somehow don't give it the historical stature that we apply to July 3rd, Emancipation, and October 1st, Contract Day, Fireborn. But the fact of the matter is that, beloved, it says historically notable as any other. The first labor union, hey, why not give us the credit? But then again, if we hesitate or just simply we're reluctant to claim the credit for having the first labor union, why should anybody else give it to us if we don't want to claim it? And this is how I find myself reluctantly introducing Amsterdam ice cream as a historical milestone that again makes St. Croix, well, beloved, the big island in a small territory. Just so happens that these events all came out of the western part of St. Croix. You think that has something to do with why we don't get the recognition? That's sort of like, hey, you get enough recognition. We're here July 3rd. No illegal holiday. Because, beloved, let's face it, previous to July 3rd being a legal holiday, which came about in 1972. Beloved, Previous to that, the word emancipation, from my recollection, from my research, was never used until, well, St. Croix was able to get the recognition with July 3rd becoming a legal holiday. Beloved, previous to this, and I know because I've attended them, whether it was the BVI Tatola, whether it was Antigua, Barbuda, St. John's, you talk about August Monday. I mean, that is how what is now more and more being referred to as emancipation. It wasn't there before, beloved. It just wasn't there. Oh, sure. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moore.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Yeah, I wanted to get into the conversation. I was doing something, but I had to, and then I did.
It's not a problem, man. Not a problem. We always have room for you.
Okay. Well, you mentioned in terms of St. Croix and the ordinary way, I guess St. Croix, you basically put a lot of emphasis on St. Croix, but I think it's a rotation because the St. Thomas, right? St. Thomas activities were more commercial and trading, and also dealing with shipping. The epicenter in terms of the ship, sailing ship, watering, coaling, that was centered in St. Thomas until it went down to the lower Caribbean. So you have like the trade, commercial activities that was dealing with some freedom to more commercial hub. Most of the transactions, that's how I feel to understand it.
Yes, and I again, no debate from me. I mean, that's if you make it a comparison between the islands, yes, St. Thomas would be appropriately defined as being the commercial island.
Exactly, because they're saying what they basically welcoming agriculture and like that in St. Croix. So they focus on their strength and and it develop. I guess that's how the St. Thomas was first a part of the Danish West Indies, the emphasis and the attention was given to it. Captain Grace joined the fold in what, 1737, like that?
Well,
So
actually, the contract was in 1733, but the transfer didn't take place until 1735.
okay.
But yes, uh, you know, uh, St. Croix has been the one that carried all of this tourism propaganda that we now say, was uh, the island and the seven flags. It is St. Croix that really is the seven flags because St. Thomas and St. John uh, really just simply experienced Great Britain for that short period of time, and then the transfer to the United States Virgin Islands. But it's so that St. Thomas never went through the French, the Knights of Malta, uh, you know, the Dutch.
the Brandon government, etc. Right, in terms of the 7 years that would be to do the value of that. But let me add the more point, the working part of my parents. I heard they just mention because Nellen children go to school on the land to be American as opposed to being Virgin Islanders. I think I understand it, but I want a little more clarity to that.
Well, again, it doesn't take much to explain myself with it, which is that again, when you go to school here in the Virgin Islands, and this is from kindergarten right on up to whatever master's degree you might be able to get at the university, the fact of the matter is that uh, you do not get uh, any Virgin Islands history in your formal education. You get American history. You get American history.
You don't get too much of it, you get exposure to it, probably a preliminary, or, you know, amount of information, probably making there, as you say,
Well, again, and I don't mean to speak over you in any way, but again, just to keep us on track with this matter of the recognition of American history versus Virgin Islands history. Like, again, however poor a student might be going to school, and they might even drop out, and however early they might have dropped out. They might have dropped out in junior high, before they even got to the 10th grade. Uh, but the fact remains that they can tell you about George Washington. They can tell you about Abraham Lincoln, and these are just the fundamental pillars of American history. We're not getting into any detail. Whereas, you know, if you look at a Virgin Island student now, not like I just mentioned here before, that it could be somebody who dropped out before they even got to uh, junior high, and yet they know about George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Now, on the other hand, you have an excellent student who's been on the honor roll most of the time throughout the grade school. Uh, they don't have to be a valedictorian, salutatorian, but they graduated in the top five in their class. All right. Now, again, they would be able to tell you much more than just George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. They can tell you a whole lot about American history. But then ask them, when were the first enslaved Africans brought to what is today known as the unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands? When?
Right, okay, so that's what you're looking at.
That's an example as an example of the history. In other words, uh, again, we know that there was history of enslavement in what we call the Virgin Islands.
Yeah, but Mr. Moore, this is the way looking at it, right? In a good, strong, solid education, history is only one article of a good education. I mean, I could never want to guarantee that in those countries that are scientifically advanced, mathematically, and all of those necessities of modern society, their children are not grounded in their history because they're grounded in a strong education, whereas like the math, the science, and all of those that
Now, well, where does the patriotism come from then?
where I could show you, it comes from the fact that history, they look at their as human beings with potential and the fact that they see that they could still rely on the historical events and rely on the fact that they were minds and were capable of doing certain things, and that impetus gave them a sense of identity and being that made the nation what it is. It's not a historical past. So I think a strong education that gives confidence to the people you are capable of doing, no matter where you came from, you have the capabilities, the intellect, the reason. You could do anything. That will inspire confidence. That will inspire really patriotism when you call it for. History does play a part, but it is not ultimately foundational.
Well, as far as I am familiar, you know, uh, this is where you get what is known as the American values, the American principles, the American beliefs.
When it grows up, when it grows up something as a past, it grows up the nation coming to God with their own experiences, their own healings, and they develop the hardy character, the individualistic, whatever those values, those muscular and revolutionary values that gives them character, that gives them that to go on and do things. Be it need to another other thing I try to be careful of. Yes, history is identity, but it could also and whether it lead to the deification of culture and the deification of race. And that is the distortion that is nowhere a messianic complex is embracing and overshadowing America. So I very careful with that. Education supposed to make one strong and balance within his just controlling his passion, checking those wanted or untoward or unsettled negative emotions and what has to that make up the human being. Education supposed to make man control that and aspire for creating change, creating talent, creating morality, ethics, or what have you. But that's how I look at it. It has to be balanced. And as you might probably say, and most the viewers and listeners will say that history is, I wouldn't debate it, but that's the only way that character self-esteem comes from. A good education that make a child feel confident in themselves.
Well,
And doing learning, I think that also. But thank you, Professor.
but you are forgetting the values that uh, you know, on display every day now. Matter of fact, just recently I was reading that it says one of the biggest protests that has ever been held since the 1960s is about to take place again. They call it the No King's Day. No,
Yeah,
again, when they are, you're talking again about a more perfect union, no kings.
it's a hugely intellectual, no changes, but that was also shown at Alexander, what the one the guy from the
Hamilton.
yeah, they were accusing him of the kind of aristocracy quality, and they were
But the
saying
point
him as
is,
a king.
the values, the principles were discussed, and you don't ever get that opportunity when it comes to, you know, Virgin Islanders who are descendants of enslaved Africans who are much more in need of this formal education to let them know that, hey, your history did not begin with slavery. But again, uh,
But if that in your view helps to mend and to correct and strengthen that which would be weaken and destroy, well, so I don't think it is ultimately necessary that it's history. I think a good education would bring about confidence, self-esteem.
and I'm agree, but again, you are reducing a good education to the sciences, and
No,
all I'm saying,
I think a good education it entails values, entails ethics, entails like ability to reason soundly, it entails restraint and towards like, behavior in society. It allows people to live together. That's what good education does, and not necessarily a part of the
well,
history.
how do you know what is good behavior, what is decent, what is a more perfect union? All of the,
We human beings, we have a part of our compartment, our mental compartment, intellectual compartment, because judgment, we could do things that we could take care of ourselves and take care of animals. Animals can't do that. If an animal broke its wing, broke its leg, other animals cannot mend that. Human beings could empathize with that and we could have the knowledge and the means to mend that. That's
I,
what shows us. That's what distinguishes us and that's what gives us that sense of morality and compassion.
right.
And that could be culture, that could be developed from education. It's not just by
And all I'm saying is that the education, you know, needs to clearly include the fact that
but
we
again,
were,
history is important. History is important because history let us know where what we accomplished and where we at, that we don't repeat or retrograde. I mean, I don't want to minimize it, but I don't think it is too important. I think a good education, a complete education is a better guarantee. Because as I can tell you right now, I'm reading myself, I don't believe the Chinese, the Japanese, and all of those people focus solely on their history. They focus on a good education of their students. Math, sciences, and said that those basic things. We just send children to the outer stage. History will do that. Mathematics and science, learning the principles that govern the universe and operating the universe. That will do that. And along with the ethical and the moral part, that's a complete human being. But I will let somebody just come in and thank you, thank you.
you're very welcome. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, beloved. It is my point of view that we need to educate ourselves, educate our students, educate our children as to who we are. And that is how the St. Croix Labor Union, being the first labor union in the Caribbean, how it becomes an event that must be taught in the process of our education, educated next generation. And once we can accept that we are responsible for having the first labor union, we can then accept that, hey, we have over time, and I think I have it close at hand here, is that I get a copy of the resolution from Senator Gittins, and at the end of the resolution, there is a heading that says Bill Summary, and it reads as follows: This bill honors and commends the Armstrong family for their outstanding service, entrepreneurial spirit, and exceptional contributions to the economic growth and development of the Virgin Islands through the continued operation of Armstrong Ice Cream. Now, beloved, the fact that this is a business that was founded more than 125 years ago, right here in St. Croix, by Minerva Peterson. And she actually passed it on to her son, Ivan Armstrong. And beloved, over the last 125 years, this family has been responsible, as I just read, they have been responsible for the economic growth, the cultural heritage, and development of the Virgin Islands through the continued operation of Armstrong Ice Cream. Now, these are not my words. I am reading to you the words of the bill number 36-0227 as proposed by Senator Kenneth Gittins. Now, you tell me, but hold straight, hold straight. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and God bless you and for everything that you do for our community. I am so grateful for everything that you do for us.
Thank you.
As Virgin Islands.
Thank you. That is so thoughtful of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. But
I
you,
listen to you from Virginia, a U.S. Virgin Islands, St. Croix native, and I had to leave the island so I could get medical care. Notification with that. But I was calling because I was so interested in the last few topics that you have brought up, which one was about consciousness, about exposure, what you're exposed to, and then today is a combination of why we're not being taught our, our history and the impact.
yeah,
And it's so powerful because both of them are impactful.
yeah,
They have to do with what is happening on the island. But it's so amazing because this thing started a long time ago, starting with the impact of different people. And I'm going to give my portion about it.
Please go ahead.
I grew up with Taino Indians in St. Paul. My grandma, my mother, my father, my great grandparents, every one of them was Taino Indians. And as you know by history, Indians are the most spiritual people that God has put on this earth. Anything you see about India, they're always talking about preserving the earth, how to take care of it, medicines, etc., etc. So I don't care what nobody has to say about Indians. Because as you said, influences and what's on them have caused them to become what they have become today, because it was so much has been taken from them and put in situations where now they're reacting to where they are. Okay? And the same thing with us in our Virgin Islands. In saying that, my family have taught me and all of us that lived in the different areas of the Virgin Islands, okay, to take care of the people that was in need. That's why when you come down, when you come down to the areas that have food that they cook from years and years ago, you hear about the callaloo being served at 4, 5, 6 in the morning, because that's something that came from way back, and if you can come to look into it, they are Indians themselves. Okay? We were taught in our family, the stories have passed down where when the boat them was coming in, and people was coming from the different islands, and they were coming with just $2 or $3 in the packet, or the couple of tanya, or whatever they had in the packet or in the bag, or whatever they came with. When they came through there, there were people all of Education Hill and all those areas that was housing a lot of these families and couples that wanted to, create a better life for their future generation. And God bless her soul. But I have stories from other people that have left this world, and their stories have not been told, where they have built huts in the back of their home against their husband wishes and against family wishes, because they have to share the food, and in them days they had no food stuff. It's what you grow and what you buy and what you had money to buy, if you had money, is what you ate. And from those little bits, okay, when the husbands then go out and the sons them and the children them gone out to do whatever they could do and bring it in, they break in that bread with those that came through the boats and feeding them. And wives getting in trouble with their husbands and this and that, because if there was a chicken, the wife trying to figure out how to, take a piece here and a piece there, without the husband them and the family noticing that there's a gap in the chicken because they shared it with somebody their house in the back. And these people, if we want to talk about who they are, we're talking about people from St. Lucia, Dominica, and all these British islands, that their government and nobody was doing nothing for them. But they saw that here in our island, that we had hope. We had a governor that was going to build us, homes and all this kind of stuff. And I don't want to degrade them, but you have to hear the story as it is. A lot of them families came, just like us, came from dirt ground and went into Shabbat, into Ayudias, into red bricks and all that. And those was the first time they had flushable toilets. Okay? And then there are those that didn't, but the majority did. Okay? And we were sharing our homes and what was given to us from the government with a lot of these people that came from those backgrounds. But this is what happened. They came with skills. They came with a mentality of how to come together and bother. Okay, I know a little electrician. I'll come to your house and do your electrician. You know how to brick walls, or you know how to put bricks. You come and put bricks in my house, and that's how they were doing. And that's why you see millions of these houses all over St. Croix, 2- and 3-story homes, because that's how they're doing it. Okay? But they didn't want to share that with us. They kept that to themselves while we sharing our homes and our benefits with them. Because just like other races said, we're going to take what you got and we're going to benefit from it. And then you, that you're giving us so much, we're going to say you don't like to work, you lazy, you this, you that, you this, you that. And that's in every race on this earth. There is poor, there is lazy, there is drug addicts, and there's a little bit of everything. But in our U.S. Virgin Islands, what has happened, and I've seen it with my own eye and experienced it, and so many other people of my people experience it where we go to them and say, can you help us with this? And they will look at us like we stink and they don't. The nose and the eyes say everything. You walk down the road and we were taught. Said good afternoon, said good morning, said this, said that. There are those that like it and the majority don't. That's why when you walk down the street, in every person that say I'm living St. Croix, I have my caller saying good afternoon and good night and how you doing, have a great day. Because the attitudes and the face of them look at us that way. And then when we want something to be done on the island, we cannot get them to cooperate. Why? Because like how you said, the influence of the outside let us to know that where they come from and where we've been and where we want to go is not a unity there. It's not a unity. Like say, but I got my big house, I got this and I got that. Why I have to harass myself with what you want to take it for? It is not my battle. I do it better than my family back in the islands. You know? And it's not to say that the government can't do nothing, because I'm going to tell you about DHS. DHS is at that on St. Croix. But there's a governor that was here in DHS that when he was in there, he decided that everybody that had a God paper from their grandparents and their parents that was born in St. Croix are entitled to a lot in DHS. Okay? And my family, that when the Spaniards was trying to kill us off, and they even put on history that they had extinct the Taino, and everybody in the world believed it. The one of them that was smart enough to climb up the hill with the help of the slaves and help us come down. Because even though a lot of them know they didn't have the opportunity like those from my family to escape, they had the kindness of their heart to say, I cannot save myself, but I'll save you and help you come down this hill without being detected so you could get away from this madness. Okay? And they weren't from St. Croix. They were from Africa. All right? That's how those of us got saved. And somebody say, even though I am not going to make it, I'm going to help you make it. That's the spirit that saves a lot of us. Now we're dealing with a situation where there is education that needed to be told to our children, but if nobody else wants to care for it because it's not their history. It's not St. Lucia history, it's not Dominica history, it is not the other island history. And then when you go to these government houses, who's there? Who's in there? Who's in there? They aren't there. You know why? Because couple of the ones then that wasn't feeding them and taking care of them like how we was doing, decided to call them names and told them leave from here and all that kind of stuff. But you don't hear those stories. You don't hear about the ones then that give them those opportunities. You don't hear those stories. What you hear is the ones then that come in, oh yes. Remember the story about the one that went in the box and the kicker and she lose her baby and she went back home and took over behind the lady and the lady died. That's the kind of story that is circulated. Not the ones then from the Lang families and the Felix and the Rodriguez and the Saldanias and all of them that were living in those areas in Christian stead. And one Ching and all of them that was helping them to make it the way they go. So if they had listened to the stories or the grandparents that had told them the stories, guess what? It wasn't told enough. Because now, people like me, when I'm at home and I want help, I have to go and ask 20 people before I could see a doctor. And the 20 people are not interested in seeing them. Okay? That's what I'm dealing with. When I go in there, I was raised by my grandmother. You know those of us that was raised by our grandmother? His grandmother we are. So we're going in the place, talking slow, walking slow, and we're saying good afternoon to everybody, good morning to everybody. And when we talk to the case workers there, you ask them a question, they answer you in 2 sentences, they ask you a question before you go start, they cut you off, and then they ask you another one, they cut you off, and they ask you another one, and they cut you off. They don't have no patience. None. No love. They're in there for a check. Not for the love of the people. Okay? We're hiring people, or the government hiring people, or whoever hiring, are hiring people waiting for them to come from their island to take the position. I have friends and family that have been hired, and a couple of weeks they're laid off or fired because all they were taking was occupying the space while somebody calling their family from the island and say, watch, I get a job so you get on a plane and get here. Okay? But then they want to know why we are working. They want to know why we can't do what they want to do because they're not sharing like how we share with them. We don't want our history to be so said like how it was said for them. Okay? So our island are getting overflowed with people that are not interested in us. Let's back to Juan Luis time. When most of the stores was owned by Puerto Ricans and locals. Every school had a majorette. Every school had something, some baseball, basketball, and every family was going out there to see the children do something. Now you could barely find anything. And thank God, Complex hired somebody from the States, and now they have drill team, and they have flag people, and they have this and they have that, but you only see in the United States. What happened to Central? Why they can't do the same for Central? Central was there before Complex. You understand? So there is an unfairness
to our beginning. And those that came after are getting, and those that were there are being forgotten. Okay? So I praise God and I thank God for somebody like you. Because you did somebody like me that could come on a platform and explain what happened to the stories about those of us that we didn't eat our meat on time, they would have been taken out of our plate because our family want to take care of the neighbors and take care of somebody that's hungry, that walk up the street looking like they haven't eaten for 2 or 3 days. And they weren't no Taino Indian because Taino Indians don't treat each other like that. So, what is going on St. Croix? We have a governor that's leaving in a couple of months or whenever he leaves in, and not making sure that our education is being in the school. That would have been something. If there was something he would have done, that would have been something, because every governor that been in there have paved the road at one day or the other, one time or the other, use it for political tricks. Oh, let me pave the road, and they will let me again. Because we would have for a long time, but then who get catch? Map use that trick. The people don't get vexed and put the butt out. Because people don't catch on, slow catch on. Okay? I love St. Croix, but St. Croix, what the government and what the people that are being put in important places don't love the people of St. Croix. They love themselves and what they could get for themselves. That's what they love, what they could get from us. But when we turn around and say we need you to support us in this, you can't find them. You don't see them. Okay? During times of need, people have come to me because I'm a Taino Indian until I die. And I have helped people. But let me ask them for help. They look at me like, what's wrong with you? What made you feel you go ask me for help? But guess what? That's what's happening on St. Croix. Okay? Every time I go down to the Department of Human Services, I have to pray. And I have to ask my ancestors to keep me in a straight and a good heart, because what I do with it, they don't be nice. But then for other people, it'll be a breeze and a happy experience. And I will be in the same place with them people. And sometimes they even skip me. Okay, I got gray hair in my hair. And the rule is, there's a senior citizen, there's a handicapped person. Usher them, serve them first. They came before us. That's how it's supposed to be. Take care of our elders, because they suffered what we haven't, and they have made it easier for us. So we should usher them, because every time I go in any government house, anywhere, and I see an elder, I go and I pick them up and I tell the young black, watch, move on the way you're here. Bank, whatever, here, come here. And I put them to the side. I say, excuse me, they came here first, and I don't care who it is, white, black, blue, green, I don't care. And we supposed to honor our elders. Who honored elders on the island? Who honored elders on the island? They do shows, whatever, and all of that. But who's honoring them, who's respecting them, who's making sure that they love, they're cared for everything they have done on the island for us. And what they have done for other people that came to the island, we got a majority of them. Okay? So that's what's happening on that island.
When I was growing up, we had 3 hospitals. Frederiksted, Christiansted, and Juan Louis was the last one that was built. What can we say now? We have outhouse for hospitals. Because just like a bathroom, they run out of toilet paper, the hospital running out of Band-Aid. It is sad. We are giving our Virgin Island money to all these unnecessary senators. When you go to the United States, there's a senator for states. And he got a lot of work before, and he got no time. And I'm sure he finds time to have fun because they always do. What we do with how much? 16, 15, 20? And then they getting paid like they're doing so much. Now they're getting paid to excel their lifestyle. And then when it's come to fight for the people, they try to find out. They're doing like lobbyists in the United States. The lobbyists them that they look for who could do them, who could work for them, make things happen. They're working as lobbyists, they're not working as senators. Let somebody like me go in the Virgin Islands as a governor. That's the first thing I do. This is a small island. 1 senator for St. Thomas, 1 senator for St. Croix, and 1 senator. And then if it's too much, 1 senator for the whole Virgin Islands. Because 1 senator for handle Texas, guess what? They don't need all of that. Because all that money that's going into their pocket could have been going to the school, could have been going to buy books for the children, put up tons so you don't hurt our children and fall and cut up our children. We could have gone to the hospital to buy Band-Aid and buy things to operate on our people because we're sending half of it, we're sending them to other places and they're dying on the way. Our government are killing our people and nobody going to jail. Okay? Nobody going to jail. Nobody going to jail when money disappears in water after the government give it to them. Money disappearing in different places that shouldn't be disappearing, and nobody is going to jail. Okay, who they following? The United States? With this thing here with Osteen, they're bringing out so many names. Nobody going to jail yet, you know. But the 2 main people. And the other countries are showing the United States what you're supposed to do. What did they do with the royalty? Kick him out of the royalty. Why? You can't be doing things like that and call yourself a prince. Kick him out. What is the United States doing? Our president are pardoning people just like him. People are grabbing people's crotch and bodies. So are we supposed to follow them? No, we're not supposed to follow them. We're supposed to say, we are better people than that. But how can we do that? Who is sitting in the bench? Who is sitting in the bench? Who is sitting in the government? As soon as these things are shown, as soon as the colors are shown, because we know the signals, as a people, we should be able to say, you know what, you're not working for us. You know why? Because it's the people money paying them. So we can't get it. You know why? Because as soon as they should do something, somebody say, well, me want to let him lose the job, you know. I don't want to be the one to. So then how much people is suffering because of his one job? If he was so concerned, he would do right. But he's worrying about one person and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people are suffering because it's one person ain't doing what he's supposed to do. So how we going to stop the madness, my island people?
Well,
When we're going to say, what is real and what's not real and what's not good and what's not good. We're not computers that don't have feelings. We are people with health issues. We are people that can't go to the store with our SNAP card and buy food because you get a couple of stuff in 2 bags and your SNAP finish. When are we going to stop letting other people come to our country, our island? Because to me, that country, I don't care how small it is, it's my country. And keep raping us. Raping, I'm calling about raping our island. You know why, Vincent, around time there was so much prosperity? It's because the money was circulating into the island. The businesses was owned by a mixture of white, Puerto Ricans, locals that was interested in what's happening in the island for the people and by the people. As soon as when we was out, there was no more that. It was about the packet and for the packet and how fast the packet could get. So from that time on down, the inquiries have been going downhill. And from that point on, the children then programs them started dwindling. The schools started dwindling. The majorettes, no school having majorettes, no school having basketball game, no this, no that, no. Everything was no. Why? Why did we let it get to this point? Why?
Well, let me ask you, if I could, because in 9 months, 8 months, 7 months, we got elections coming up where we will get a new governor, delegate to Congress, and 15 senators. So,
we don't need all of that.
well, this is why I'm asking you now. Well, from how you explain the situation, how things used to be, to when it comes to nowadays, and I guess we all want to be Americans.
Yeah.
But the point is how to get a change.
Back to where we was.
How do we get a change come this election here? Yes.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. God bless you and give you long life.
Thank you.
We need to start lying to our children and telling them that when we give you grants to go to the States and get educated, that when you come back, we're waiting for you with a job. As the first lie that needs to be dismissed, because a lot of us that left the island to be educated and came back home found those same people that do not want change. And in some kind of way or some kind of other, politically got dismissed. Okay? I'm not going to call names because they didn't give me permission to share this story. I have several people in my world that went out, worked for Walt Disney World for years. Amazing musician. You will be proud to know that there's a human being from St. Croix that have worked in Walt Disney World over 25 years. You don't hear about him. You don't hear about him. And when he tried to get a job here in St. Croix, just like how I said, they hired him. They complained about the previous workers that the job that he used to do, he used to take 2 or 3 days to do it. And the job that the other person used to take 2 or 3 days to do it, he used to do it in a half a day. And they were complimenting him. and complimenting him. But then he noticed they weren't giving him his badge, they weren't giving him the stuff to make him this.
Right.
Couple of days later, the person that had retired came back and said, "Oh, here's my son. He just came from so and so. I want him to get my job." What did they do? Let go. Let go. Qualified. And got somebody that didn't even have no understanding, no training, no nothing.
Hallelujah.
Okay?
Right.
And then by the time, and then they were asking to train the retiree son. And you know, we ain't that stupid.
Hallelujah.
We ain't learned that we ain't ignorant.
Right.
And
Right.
he refused to do that because he knew what they were doing. Okay? He found
Hallelujah.
all the businesses that he had to deal with, and they told HR he was respectful, on time, he was mannerable, he was patient, waiting for us to sign our documents. Here you go, sir, and took care of business. Next thing you know, he at home. By the time he got home, the new person had already damaged government cars because he ain't used to driving St. Croix.
Hallelujah.
But they did report that. So that's what I'm saying. So we need to stop lying to our people. We
Yeah,
have to create
appreciate
a
you.
situation that when our children come back, no matter what age they are, they have
Yeah.
a job home after they have been educated.
We appreciate you. You have said so much that we needed to hear. But we're at the top of the hour now. We got to take our break. And I just want to say that I hope that we pay attention to what you have been saying to us and that we could experience some kind of change this November. Because we desperately need to change. That's the whole point, right? We need to change. Thank you.
To look forward to, my brethren.
Well,
Since you brought up the election, I am interested in having a very good conversation with you about a candidate that has stepped forward and said that he wants to run for governor.
very good. Very good. Well, we'll talk about it, but gotta take the break here now. And I expect to hear from you so we could talk about this candidate.
Okay, thank you. God bless you, and may He give you long life and peaceful rest tonight.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Take care of yourself now. We need to talk some more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Already. Beloved, lick your cream, because I have some ice cream. It's just so good for your soul. And yes, beloved, beautiful Aisha, she gave me that look, and she is prepared to take her spot, the center stage. Because, beloved, as you all very well know, at the bottom of the hour, we will be having our Crucian history question. And, beloved, we give all the credit in the world to beautiful Aisha because it's what 4 years now. At least 3. It might be 4 years. So we this thing, but beloved, it has been accepted and tightly embraced by our beloved audience, and that, to me, is the proof of how much we want to know about ourselves. Beloved, it's like being an orphan. Waking up to learn that you are an orphan. Don't know who your mother is. Don't know who your father is. But more than anything else, you want to know. You want to know yourself. Who are you? Where did you come from? Who are your parents? And beloved, while we get all kinds of points of view as to the importance of teaching and knowing your history, the proof of the pudding, beloved, it's right in front of us. It's like Armstrong ice cream. Who doesn't like Armstrong ice cream? And I said that coin. Who doesn't like our Crucian history question at 3:30 every Tuesday afternoon? Yet and still, it is an issue as to whether or not we should have Armstrong ice cream attractively packaged so it could be sold everywhere ice cream is sold. Right here in St. Croix. So that whether you're going into one of the supermarkets or grocery store or one of the gas stations, that you should be able to select Armstrong ice cream as your choice. Because, beloved, as you very well know, whether it's in the biggest supermarket or it is just in the gas station down the street, beloved, they sell ice cream. But they don't sell Armstrong ice cream. And it's not because they don't like Armstrong ice cream. Matter of fact, just because I wanted to know, over the past couple of weeks that this thing has been an issue, I have asked people that, and to no surprise of it, everybody had the same answer. Of course, we want Amsa ice cream to be sold like all the other ice cream. We want to be able to choose our ice cream. That is as much as saying that yes, our ice cream is Armstrong ice cream, and we want to be able to choose Armstrong ice cream wherever and whenever we feel to have some ice cream. And as we said it time and time again, beloved, time and time again, all it takes is for Senator Kenneth Gittins to sit with CEO Cedric Armstrong and for them to work out the fundamentals, the basics, what would be needed, what would be required to get Armstrong ice cream packaged. That's the issue, plain and simple. And it is something that, again, everybody wants. It is just like a crucial history question, beloved. Back in 1983, Senator Bob Bryant was successful in navigating the bill through the legislature, getting his colleagues to go along with his bill to have Virgin Islands history and basic Caribbean history a part of our school curriculum. And Governor Juan Louis signed the bill into law. It's now Act 4844. Beloved, every Tuesday afternoon, like it's going to be taking place in a few minutes from now, our beloved audience gets excited because we are going to be talking about our own history, loving it, being excited about it, and just can't seem to get enough of it. But there's no question about that. Our beloved audience proves it every time. We love our history. We want to know more about ourselves. Matter of fact, you could never have too much Virgin Islands history. You could never have too much basic Caribbean history. Our beloved audience here is the proof that I put it. Beloved cannot get enough. Beloved is always wanting more and more and more of the history. Everybody loves it. So you tell me, have these two things in common in? On the one hand, it is having Armstrong ice cream packaged so it could be sold every place, every place ice cream is sold. That's the objective in getting Armstrong ice cream packaged so that it could be sold every place ice cream is sold. And the peculiar thing is, beloved, everybody agrees with that. Everybody loves that idea. Everybody can't wait to have Armstrong ice cream packaged and available wherever ice cream is sold. Yet, beloved, it's problematic. As much as all of us want to have Armstrong ice cream packaged, it can't happen. Don't ask me why, but it can't happen. That is why I recruit you to ask every time you see him, whenever you see him. Greet him mannerly, but then ask so that I get it. Have you spoken to Armstrong ice cream about getting the cream package? Beloved, that is the solution to a problem that should never have been a problem in the first place. Why is it problematic to have some ice cream packaged? Me no. Beloved, me no more than why is it a problem to have Virgin Islands history and basic Caribbean history implemented in our schools curriculum? It's the law. It's been the law since 1983. That's 43 years ago. And yet, beloved, we can't get Virgin Islands history in our schools. Only I have a column pointing out, well, hey, history isn't the be-all and end-all of education. You could be well educated without having a history education. Again, I don't know why you would even want to talk about having an education that does not include history. Why? What kind of education is that? Why would you want one education without history? Why? But we had that conversation earlier right here this afternoon. And yes, history is not the be all and end all of everything, but it certainly gives the population more than enough reason to be proud of themselves. And again, why should we deprive our population of having that kind of pride in themselves, knowing the history? Why? Again, beloved, like I said, those are two things there that defy logic. That's right. They defy logic. Why After I screw in that package and why Virgin Island history and basic Caribbean history is not implemented in our school's curriculum. Two issues that should not be issues at all. Two problems that should not be problematic. Everybody loves Armstrong ice cream. Everybody loves Virgin Islands history and basic Caribbean history. Yet and still, beloved, they are the most elusive things. It's like, you know, I just don't know why it is so difficult a concept to implement. It's not that difficult, I think, to get Armstrong ice cream package. Not that difficult at all. Similarly, it's not that difficult to have Virgin Islands history and basic Caribbean history implemented in our school's curriculum. Not a difficult thing at all. Should not be a problematic issue, yet and still it is. And these are, beloved, issues that have been with us forever. I've sung ice cream for 125 years now. And our history since 1644, when the Dutch, as if they had a Amazon or internet back in the 17th century, they just sent to the Dutch Parliament back in Europe and says, hey, why don't you send us some of those prisoners of war that you acquired by invading Ndongo? Tell us why. And again, beloved, in 1644, the Dutch settlers right here, sorry, Christian State, they're the ones. Fort Louis Augusta, with this radio station used to be at the time, Fort Louis Augusta. And beloved, the Dutch, they just sent back to the Dutch Parliament in Europe. So we want some of those prisoners of war that you got when you invaded Queen Nzinga's and Togo. Beloved, it would seem to be as simple as that, to just teach it. But no, beloved, as some people say, no, Mario, they don't want to say. But the truth of the matter is that our good full of misleaders here don't want our history taught because they are afraid that our colonizers in Washington, D.C. will not like it. What a thing. What a thing. In the year 2026. Well, beloved, Wall Street, we're going to take our break, and when we come back, we will be dealing with our crucial history for today. So lick your cream, because Epsom ice cream is just so good for your soul. We're back, beloved. And the question is, are you ready? Because I see beautiful Aisha, she ready. She got a spot in the center of the stage. You know, and I got a question for you, beloved. And really, this should be an easy one, you know. It should be. Because, beloved, my interest in Virgin Islands history could be traced very easily. Because, like I said, uh, the chairman of the Legislative Assembly in 1947 was none other than Ludwig Harrigan. And he actually appointed my father, Alexander Moorhead, to be the chairman of the Centennial Committee. What was that? Well, beloved, centennial meaning 100 years. It was the very first official recognition of July 3rd, 1848. That's right. For 100 years, from July 3rd, 1848, there's never been any recognition of July 3rd, 1848. And so here comes Chairman Harrigan, and he appoints my father to be the chair of the Centennial Committee that is going to actually, for the first time, have an official celebration of July 3rd, 1848. Big thing, beloved. And people coming from Denmark for it, and matter of fact, President Truman came to the Virgin Islands and St. Croix as a result. Well, he wasn't there for the July 3rd. He came earlier, but because of his schedule. But nonetheless, the reason he came to St. Croix was because of the centennial. And I, at the time, was out of 8 years old. Now, 8 years old, when the parade took place, and I saw this white man and horse that they explained to me was Governor General Peter Van Schulten, who had freed the slaves. That's the way it was told. Freed the slaves. Well, beloved, not to get all distracted with it, but that stuck with me to the point where I needed to learn more about our history, and came to the point where 1960s now, we were pushing for the government to recognize July 3rd, 1848 as our Emancipation Day, because 1973 would be the 125th anniversary. Well, beloved, one thing that I was accused of, because in the day it wasn't, terrorism was not the bad guys, the evil people in the world. Not terrorism, it was communists and communism. And beloved, I certainly did not know as much as I know now, but I knew enough to point out that, beloved, when we are admitted that there was a General Boudreaux, nobody wants to accept that there was an Admiral Martin King and his fleet. That's right, and his fleet. The Admiral and his fleet. Well, I was accused because they said that I make this all up because I want to bring these communists from Trinidad to come to St. Croix to help Yucca to pull a coup and take over the government. Now, it might sound crazy to you, but beloved, we've been having rallies down in Frederickston in the park that they now call Boudreaux Park. And the National Guard was brand new at the time, brand new. And they would be on their fully armed, while we having rallies and I lecturing in a bandstand. And these people would all their weapon me and things. And the long and short of what I'm trying to say, beloved, is that, beloved, Admiral Martin King was someone who was not recognized until July 3rd became a legal holiday and people started looking into it. And they learned that, yes, indeed, Mario wasn't crazy, Mario wasn't lying, but the Admiral had a fleet. So that it was Admiral Martin King and his fleet. And I didn't make that up. That was the truth. Beloved, it is only in recent times here now that we have all the proof that we needed. And you know who should get the credit? Well, I'm going to say it right now because I'm going to give thanks. Kathleen Dowling. Kathleen Dowling did her research and actually published 2 books about the history of emancipation. And it is because of Kathleen Dowling that I could now say to you that, beloved, the question I'm going to ask right now, if you read Kathleen Dowling's book, you will have the answer. And you don't have to doubt and question whether Mario is just making up things to make it sound good. No. We now have it documented in history because Kathleen Dowling had it translated from the Danish. So here it is, beloved. The question is this. Yes, we know that Admiral Martin King was a character. We now know that to be a fact. And we also know it to be a fact that, yes, because of Kathleen Dowling, it is documented that Admiral Martin King had a fleet. It's documented. My question to you, beloved, how many members made up Admiral Martin King's fleet And where did they come from? In other words, how many members made up the fleet? And what estate did they come from? So please tell me, how many members made up the Admiral's fleet? And what estate did the Admiral's fleet come from? Help me out. Give me the answer that I'm looking for, beloved, because this is thing that we have talked about well, many times over the years, and especially when Kathleen book had just come out and we were talking about it. So don't tell me you didn't know. You're supposed to know. Let us see. Good afternoon to you.
Hey, good afternoon. What's up?
You in charge, man. You ain't winning a minute.
I'm not trying, my son.
Maybe today's your day, man.
Well, I hope so.
Well, we want to know how many members made up the fleet and what estate did Admiral Martin King get them from?
Okay. Let me see. I think it was 11 members.
11 members, and from what estate did they come?
Bog of Allen.
Okay, 11 members from Bog of Allen.
Yeah.
You feel confident? You feel the licks of cream or what?
I would like to let some cream.
Well, we and come again. Beloved, got a wheel and come again. But he is clearly showing that he remembers. He just don't remember it exactly as it was, but maybe somebody else would give us the right one. Let's go. Good afternoon to you. I'm looking for the answer. How many members of the fleet were they, and where did Admiral Martin King get them? What estate?
Okay, 8,000 to 9,000 people, approximately. They were African laborers and free people of color. They came from the Western Estate, Butler Estate, State LaGrange,
Yes.
State Hams Bay,
Uh-huh.
North Coast, Central Line Group,
Uh-huh.
came along the Central Line Road of the island from the interior.
Yes.
And then you have a coachman from the State Bog of Allen and Mid-Island region.
Yeah. Well, I just want to know if you could give us a number for the members of the fleet. And
The only information I have is between 8,000 to 9,000 people.
all right, between 8,000 and 9,000 people. And you would say that the estate,
The estates that they came from,
yes,
Western estates, such as Butler Bay,
okay,
Estate LaGrange,
uh-huh,
Estate Hams Bay.
all right.
Then you have
Well-
the Northwest. Go ahead.
No, all I was going to say here is that this is between the color before you and now you is indicating again, I mean, how rich our history is and why are they depriving us of knowing this? Because I have to say, you are definitely in the ballpark, but my dear, you got to wheel and come again. Yes, indeed. But beloved, you see, this is what I'm saying. It's like, I mean, What more history could you want from our ancestors? You know, and again, I am asking you to tell us, well, what did the members of the fleet accomplish to make the emancipation take place? Never know. Never know. But the point is, beloved, our history is so rich. There's so much resistance, so much rebellion, and yet our good for nothing leaders will not allow us the pleasure of knowing the history that we come from. Yes, we are descendants of enslaved Africans, but we have every reason to be proud of those enslaved Africans that were our ancestors. And we embrace them and we demand, or at least we should demand, that our good for nothing leaders should teach all our students, all our children, their history. Beloved, Admiral Martin King had a fleet, just like an admiral does have a fleet, just like a general does have soldiers. General Bolo had his soldiers, the admiral had his fleet. Let's check with you. Good afternoon to you, beloved.
Yeah, try it again, my son.
Yes, man. Do it. Do it. Time for you to lick some cream, man. Time for you to lick some cream. Get to it.
It was 9 members, and they came from Port of Allen.
Beloved, it's time the man work hard enough. Give the man some cream to lick. Absolutely correct. You understand? Absolutely correct. The
I
fleet,
asked about the mission, right?
yeah.
And I think the mission was to get rid of that gunpowder.
You see that? You see that, beloved? Why they don't want us to love our history, man? Why we should be proud of our ancestors? Why they hiding it from us? Because if you were alive in the 1960s when I was trying to bring this thing in to people, really call it, what, you're not sorry for me? Because they was willing to kill me. I was a communist and I just, what kind of fleet are you talking about? Fleet or they are not fleet? Hear me? Hear it? Beloved?
I think the first time I hear you talk about the fleet, you know, I think it was when I think it was Governor Tom Booth. Yeah, the guy came down to the emancipation celebration that year.
Yeah.
That was the first time I hear about the fleet.
Well, look at that, you know. Well, anyhow, what's your name? Her name escaping me now. Yeah. Kathleen, yes. Kathleen is the one that really, you know, bring me home. Because I could not point to it right here and say, sit there, read it for yourself. Dave Morrow make this up. Read it for yourself. See right there, so I tell you, know that. And yes, just like we said, it was 9 members and they all come from Baga Valley. So tell the people your full name because the cream is yours. And what flavor were we this time?
Well, I hear them, I call up to them, come to them. So I'm going to go with the rum raisin. Let me carry some rum raisin.
Rum raisin.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? Congratulations, beloved. Mr. Gerald Hall is the winner, and he, from the first answer he gave, I know he knows what he's talking about. Yes, sir. So I'm glad he win and come again, and he gave it the right answer. Beloved, it was 9 members make up the fleet, 9 of them, and they all came from Bagabalin, where the admiral was running things. You understand? And so, hey, there you have it, beloved. 9 members in the fleet. They come out of Bagabalin, and Mr. Gerald Hall is the winner, and he wants a rum raisin ice cream that he will carry for his mommy. Can't beat that with a black water stick.
You hear? You know, all what you were talking about when Van Schulten get arrested. I can't remember the man's name.
No, well, that actually was his father.
Father.
His father was in charge of customs.
Right. This is the time the British took them over.
Right. And they take him as prisoner, lock him up in London.
Yeah. So what a man named that was describing the
Duckworth.
Duckworth.
That's the man name. Duckworth.
Yes. He told them how rich, how fertile, or how
right. They call it, you see the brown sugar. They used to make it, they call it Muscovado.
Okay.
Because it was wet. They would leave some of the molasses in there.
Okay.
And and Duckworth is writing a report back to London. And he's telling them, he said, listen, this Muscovado that coming out of St. Croix here is even up with Jamaicans, Barbados. This top of the line Muscovado.
I wonder if the books are not listen because the land steady here and we subsidizing molasses. You know this?
Yeah.
Hey, something, man?
Yeah. But they call that's the point right there. That's that. You know, when they shut down the sugarcane industry, they shut down molasses.
Yeah.
And so now, all Cruisan supposed to make the rum if they can't get molasses.
Right.
So they quickly come up with it and say, well, hey, we don't subsidize it. We don't find the molasses for them. Take care. Mr. Hall, you are the winner. Congratulations to you. And your mommy probably got a smile on her face now and said, "My will leave you alone and bring no ice cream for me now."
Yeah. All right.
Congratulations, big man.
Yes, sir.
Good thing, all right. And so, beloved, we don't know how this thing going out. That, again, say what you want, but we know, and we know it more all the time. Because up until wait is I doing somebody. But up until the books come out, I didn't have no way of proving that the fleet existed. It's just like before the 1960s, I like going back to 1940s when I see the parade and things. I've been a little boy. And all that stuck in my head was I was confused because like it's our emancipation, but there's this white man that they got an ass in the front of the parade, and they said that this is the man that freed the slaves. And like I said, I was just at the time 8 years old, trying to trying to understand what's going on. And it just didn't make sense to me, but I didn't know enough to confront anybody because feel like I could have said, well, you know, hey, read it here in this book, yeah, read this book. Same as Dowling read this with it, what they call it, Kathleen Dowling. Uh, don't translate this thing from the Danish. But before Kathleen Dowling had a book come out, beloved, I was second blues, back belly and side, because I had no way of proving that this, well, I had no way of proving that they existed. That's that's what it comes down to is, the long and short of it, I could not prove that there was a fleet because this is things I had gotten and pieced together from like it's on a lot of the history that I got about everything came from my name Bloodman. Bloodman used to work with my grandfather. I learned a lot from an old man. And he did show me wrong because all the things that he was telling me was making sense. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense to me. It's gotta be like that. But I could not prove it. Feel like I could have gone in somebody's courtroom and prove this thing here, but now I can do it now, though. You know, because Kathleen Dowling, you know, prove it with her book, translated it from the Danish. And they could say what they want to say, well, I guess they can't be a terrorist now. But back in the days in the 1960s, we had no terrorists. It was communists then. And I was supposed to be this crazy wild man of a communist who wanted to take over the government of the Virgin Islands and had this man from Trinidad, these communists in Trinidad that was working with me and all this craziness. It's what to tell you. But we now know, we now know that yes, it was General Bodo and there was Admiral Mark King and there was the fleet. And beloved, maybe that's the point right there. That these things are too much, too radical, too revolutionary to have teach in the school, and our good for not mislead us don't want it to happen. Beloved, lick your cream because some ice cream is just too good for your soul. We're back, beloved, and as you very well know, this is last lap, and time for you to get your last licking. And I got a caller holding on here. He is prepared to deliver his last lick. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you.
No, I said, okay, I can come now. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm coming. Yes, okay. You hear somebody to you?
Good afternoon.
Oh, somebody ordered say good afternoon to you.
Lord Harry the Judge, what I thought you wanted to talk to Mario.
Yes, Mario, sorry. Okay, sorry about that.
It's not a problem. I just answering the phone here coming off a break to tell me that I got a call on it.
Okay, all right. All right, my brother, good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome. Welcome to you.
Yes. I have an unconfirmed breaking news. Hear what I use the word unconfirmed breaking news.
Okay.
I get a call from St. Thomas.
Yeah.
A lady called me to have if they allow in the Virgin Islands to talk to the Commissioner of Education, you have to have an appointment. I said, I don't know. You call to talk and the secretary answer, and they're in there. You leave them in, and they should get back to you. So I want to know what's going on here. What is really going on in our island? Education, we have to make an appointment unless the business is going to do with the commissioner, and you have to sit down with about an individual, a parent, a concerned citizen, call to find out and talk to the commissioner. She been told that to talk to the commissioner, you have to make an appointment. If so, behind you know, if that's become true, and I can give you the number. The person give me 340-774. So that is in St. Thomas 0100. I will not call her name, but this is the number she gave me for St. Thomas Education Department.
Yeah.
For individual, whatever it is, wanted to talk to the commissioner, but only told to talk to any commissioner, heads of department, you have to make an appointment. So you're saying to me, if I have an emergency with my child, whatever, you need a letter from there, something, and that person's on the way. What they do?
I don't know.
What they will do?
I don't know, but
like I said, unconfirmed.
I hear you. But you see,
it's ridiculous. My goodness.
But
I hope the people are hearing for the election this year. I hope our people are hearing what we are going to. When November comes, we make a drastic change. I don't care who they be.
I hope so.
I have to say that you must understand. I am a little frustrated with the situation.
Yeah.
It's just not good. I was a part of education PTA officer. I was the vice president for the VI Congress to parent teachers meeting in St. Thomas in the state.
Yeah.
President Central High School. I was a part of Clara Marco when my son, the young one with a diplomat, used to go to school. I take active part with all my children and family members in the school. So I'm not just saying things because I was a part of it. I used to go representing the Virgin Island Congress, a Parent Teachers Association. And this is what we come to talk to our Commissioner of Education. We have to make an appointment. So if I'm talking to you on this topic or the subject, can be entertained. Now you say when we're talking, I understand the concept. And I make an appointment for you that we could come and sit down and you're gone. But to glance and tell the person that you have to make an appointment to see them. I don't know. Right, I can call the radio station. And like I used the word at that time, unconfirmed. But I believe it's something that somebody person give me 340-774-0100. Person is not enough to give the number of where she called to get whatever information, whatever she wants from the commission. She specifies the commissioner. Yeah. Come in!
Well,
specify the commissioner. So that's my concern. That's why I wanted to allow the people of the Virgin Islands
We appreciate it.
We are going through.
We appreciate it because we have constantly, you know, been trying to get the commissioner on this program, and the response we get is as soon as she could find a time, but she's really, busy. She's busy, and again,
She could have been to come to the public, this station, and the other one is our station, is where we get our news and our information out. And she's so busy, can't come to the people, the public people.
that's how it is.
I hope the people man to listen. I can't take it, Mr. Moida can't take it.
All right,
Anyway.
well, thank you for the call, man. Thank you for the call. All right, all the best. All right.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Well, beloved, it's not surprising to us today because, like I said, and you've heard from us many a time, we have tried to get the commissioner to come on the program. Beloved, we have been blessed within the last couple of years because we have had two members of the Democratic Party that I guess took pity on us. I can't say, but we had Senator Maurice James. Senator Maurice James came and sat with us on the program here. And it's been, well, a few months ago now, but we had Senator Noel Francis, sat with us, and he gave us an interview. So those are the two Democratic senators that very surprising to us, especially Senator Francis. We did not expect to get a positive return from him, but beloved, where he had been time and again saying he was busy, and as soon as he got the opportunity, he would come. And by and large, this has been the answer we get from just about all of the politicians that we invited. I was busy, So we were really surprised, pleasantly surprised. I could almost say shocked when Senator Noel Francis, office caller, says, yes, the senator will be able to come. I forgot what day it was now, but he did come and spend an hour with us, and we were very, very grateful for that. So, like I say, I understand the caller Hobson saying that how dismissive the office of the Commissioner of Education was with him, because, like I said, it doesn't surprise me because that's the way how they deal with us. Very dismissive, and they're always too busy, never have the time to come and give us an hour at the time, a half an hour even, whatever the time, but they never ever have the time to share with us. So it is not at all surprising to us, son, that they did not give Mr. Hobson the reply that he was hoping for, looking for. But beloved, as we are now in our last lap, let me go back to the point of having to uh, well, recruit members of my beloved audience, recruiting you to again wherever you might run into Senator Kenny Gittins. Again, greet him, be mannerly, but we want for you to ask of him, have you met with the CEO of Armstrong Ice Cream, Mr. Cedric Armstrong? That's the question we want you to ask, Senator Gittins. Have you spoken with Mr. Armstrong? We need for you and Mr. Cedric Armstrong to sit down and work this thing out because, beloved, we need to see some inside out cultivation take place. And it's right there for the taking. All it requires is for Senator Gittins and Mr. Cedric Armstrong to sit down and work out an outline of the fundamentals that would be needed to get Armstrong Ice Cream packaged. And again, because I've just taken advantage of this platform and taken advantage of the fact that Senator Gittins has proposed a resolution honoring the Armstrong family for its outstanding service, entrepreneurial spirit, and exceptional contributions to the economic growth and development of the Virgin Islands. And these words, beloved, that I'm taking from the bill that is, well, proposing this resolution. And that is what gave me the impetus to follow through. And I did, in fact, have a meeting. It was a brief meeting, but I did meet with Senator Kenneth Gittins, and he was very accommodating. He thought it was a great idea and was going to follow up with it. Well, knowing how busy these senators could be, I have made my business to try to recruit you, my beloved audience, to each and every one of you, wherever you have the chance to run into Senator Gittins. So please, beloved, yes, please, after greeting him, ask him if he has yet to meet with the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of Armstrong Ice Cream, and that is Mr. Cedric Armstrong, who worked for the senator and the CEO to have us sit down and to hopefully set forth an outline of the fundamental things that would be required and necessary to bring about what we call inside out cultivation. And that is by having, well, by having the meeting of the two principals, because Senator Gittins is the one who proposed the resolution honoring Armstrong Ice Cream and the family. And of course, Cedric Armstrong is the Chief Executive Officer, the CEO of Armstrong Ice Cream. So these are most appropriately the two people who should be sitting down to come up with at least an outline of what would be necessary to bring this project to a fruition, which is packaging Armstrong Ice Cream. And it is, beloved, nothing controversial about it, nothing challenging about it, because everyone who I have approached about this, including right here on this platform, are the beloved. Everybody is 100% for the packaging of Armstrong Ice Cream. And beloved, it is amazing, but nonetheless, it's the reality. The only thing keeping Armstrong Ice Cream from being an icon in the movement for inside out cultivation is, beloved, packaging. Imagine that now. Packaging, that's it. Everybody agrees that, man, Armstrong Ice Cream, that's not even a challenge. All it requires is the desire. And by talking with Senator Gittins, I know that the desire is there. It ain't like we was speaking to delegates or anything, or we're only speaking to the phone. Beloved, we were speaking face to face. And Senator Gittins agreed, like everybody else agreed, that it's a great idea. Good afternoon.
Hey,
I'm here.
just a quick question.
Yes.
You are tomorrow, right?
No. My sister is back.
Oh, okay. Because when I hear you talk about this book of tact, right? A lot of people don't understand or know about this
Uh,
And one of the humanities of the descendants of Africans is every person had to be productive. You understand? You can't be an idle person.
yeah, no, that's the whole point that we're making, that, you know, that we had our own values. And
Right.
you just pointed
Right.
out one of the values that we had here, because
Right.
they would have us believe that before slavery, we didn't have any
Yes.
history.
Yes.
And we were just swinging in trees like monkey. And I said, no, our history go all the way back to Egypt.
Yes. Because one of the things people don't understand that, as you would say, we came here from the kingdom of Indungu, and we came with those humanities of Tatwichin. We didn't have jails, in those places,
Right.
because we know that, well, if we have for a person of crime is, to do his crime until we, they find out. And also, they would make laws for 7 years, and that 7 years, after 7 years, they would see how, it came about for them to perform, to enhance it to whatever the case is. But, Dan, to myself, when you get a chance, I'd like to hear about that thing.
When we back again, it just work out to be four straight Wednesdays. But I was just sitting in for my one and only sister. And so I am back to be just on Tuesday. But again, all you have to do is remember for next week, Tuesday. And
Good.
you could get into it, because again, Thoth is the Greek name for the God of wisdom.
Right.
Jehuti
Jehuti.
is what our ancestors called Jehuti, the God of wisdom. This is the God that gave us reading and writing. It shows how to measure time, so you know that you got 24 hours in a day. How to make a calendar, all of these things here, the geometry, how to make canals so that the overflow of the Nile, don't create havoc in the place. All of these things here came from Jehuti.
Yes. All right. So I try to remind you.
Yeah, man, we'll be here for you. We'll be here for you.
Right. Okay. Jehuti.
Thank you. All right. And beloved, yes, we have made the full swing. And now we are at the end of our program for today. We once again, we can express our gratitude for being here. And again, let me try to remember the daughter of Speed make birthday tomorrow. And I remember it to wish her a happy birthday. But other than that, beloved, Alaka says, lick your cream, because I'm sure ice cream is just so good for your soul that it make you always remember that it don't matter how big a basket they give us to fill up. One, we could pull it up just as long as we do it. Get down.